Very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome at the Predator Euro Tour, the Longoni Italian Open 2026. We are live from Treviso, Italy, just a north side of Venice, and we are going to watch a match at the winner's side, winners round one. It's going to be a race to 7. We're playing 10 ball, and the match is between the Czech attack, Roman Hibler, and the talent player Marko Malina from Slovakia. And Roman is by far the most experienced player here, therefore maybe got his favorite role. And at least he has won the leg, so he can start to break the first 2 racks. Breaking from the box. My name is Joris van Amersfoort, and I will provide you some commentary during this match. And Roman looking to clean his shoes, to have a good stance with a powerful break on the 10, which are laying there on the tapped tables, the tapped Predator arc tables, beautiful tables with Simonis cloth on it. And this first break off didn't go well for Roman because it's a dry break. Did hit it full in the nose, so work to do for Roman for the future breaks. And it brings Mario for the first time, of course, to the table. Marco having to look for a route from the 1 towards the 2 ball. Little flick on the 6 will help, but not a very easy layout here. If it takes on this 2 ball towards the side pocket, then it's going to be hard to keep position for the 3 towards the right side. So he might have to gamble here for a nudge on the 3. No, perfect shot. He decided to stay away from the 2 balls. Now, as you can see, all other balls are laying perfectly except the 6 ball, which does not pass the 9. That needs to be or developed, but most probably a combination shot. And here we have another issue now, because, well, you can see that the 5 does not pass the 9. He's checking that, but that's going to be very close. It does pass the 7 to the right side pocket, but then he needs to travel with the cue ball towards the center or more to the left side of it. Let's see what his game plan will be. There it is, shooting the 5 in the same corner. So it's only the first day here in Treviso for the Euro Tour. We have 200 participants in the men's division. Tomorrow we will also start at the women's division. A little bit of awkward queuing here, but made it. Now lining up for this 6-9 combination. Although the combination looks, well, to be expected to be made, you really have to calculate in the outcome of the rolls after the billiard, after the contact. Don't want it to go, needs to stay there, and it doesn't. So with that 6 ball gone, now Marco really has a tricky shot on the 7. He might be able to cut this into the side, but that's a really thin cut. But I don't think he can decline it. I think he has to go for it. Very thin. Cue ball will not have any control. Yeah, that was too thick. It needed to be a very thin cut shot. And he does not get away with it. always difficult, of course, after such a combination with the 6-9 and to control the 6 ball. And here Roman with is try to take this rack for himself. Needs to find a way to get from the 7 to the 8. And I'm not quite sure he's gonna like this. I think he wanted to draw it all the way back to shoot the 8 in the same pocket, but now all he has left is a bank shot. And he's got the wrong angle, so he's calling it towards the corner pocket. Assuming he's not really going for it, but he might just play safe. Yes, indeed. So this is only a safety and executed perfectly. So Marko Malina from Slovakia, one of the younger talents here. If you put that against the highly experienced player Roman Hibler, who is 48 years old, tons of experience, then I think Marko is really up to a great challenge, but also a nice way to test yourself. Roman, also a player that you should not expect to get a lot of presents from. So the racks that Marko wants to win most probably needs to earn them. And in this case, the first rack, even though he had a dry break, will go to Roman Hibler. So Roman to break off the second rack here in Treviso, the town where tiramisu was born, the town where Prosecco is born, and also now the town that new pool history will be written. Breaking from the exact same spot as the first rack. This time he does make some balls. That's 3 in, that's 4 in with the 9. What a difference it makes, huh? Such a small change in breaking, but the result is massive different. Now he has a cut shot on the 1 and he needs to bring the cue ball all the way back to where it is right now. Could also go for a little bump on the 7 on the way back. I think that would be my objective. Don't want to get behind the 7. Don't fall behind it. Wow. Some troubles here for Roman. He's got his jump cue, so he's going airborne. But you can see the distance between the cue ball and the 7 is really close. It's a lot of height. Elevating the jump cue a lot with some backspin on it. looks like he gets away with it. Because the 5 ball is blocking the potting angle on the 3. So Marco is pretty quick calling the bank shot. Yeah, missed it. Got into the jaws, but just missed the accuracy on it. And Roman is able to cut this to the side pocket if he wants. The only good news here is that most probably the 5 ball does not pass the 7. So Roman needs to play this with, well, quite some traveling of the cue ball. Oh, the 5 does pass the 7. That makes the world a lot easier for Roman. Also managed to play this very nice. Nicely on the 7, but it's gonna need a rest again. First rack, he also played a shot on the 7 with the rest. Fell short on the 8 then. Needs to draw it a little bit further. Oh, that's good enough, let's say it like that, because yeah, it's good enough for making the pot. Now only has to work his way with the cue ball to the back side, the top rail, back down for the 10. Hope he can settle down enough. These are the type of shots people get nervous. Now we all know Roman is a very experienced player. And makes it. So both the first racks that Roman has broken went to his scoreboard line. And now it's up to Marco Malina to break 2 times, the 3rd and the 4th rack. With the nice task to level the score with it. And Roman Hebler is a kind of player that you may expect to go deep in this version of the Euro Tour Open here in Italy. Reason is that a lot of common names who end up at the end of the tournament are, yeah, other duties. So this might well be a very interesting Euro Tour for Roman to see if he can dive deep to quarterfinals, finals, maybe all the way to the end. And in the meantime, Marco made the 8 ball in the side. Has a shot on a 1, but I'm not quite sure what he's looking for. I don't think it cuts back to the side pocket. The 2 is hanging there in the top right pocket, so, well, maybe he is attacking here, I'm not quite sure. Well, I'm not quite sure what his plan was, but I don't think he really is gonna like it, because Roman has the edge of the 1 ball to cut it in the side. By the looks of it, I think he's opting for a bank here. You can see that the free ball is pretty close to the rail, meaning that the double kiss is some kind of in the way, I feel. Besides that, he will travel always into that orange 5 ball after contact, so position is not guaranteed. Well, he did make the free as a bank. And also still has a shot on the 4, so great shot. Needs to go up and down on the 4 ball to shoot the 5 in the same pocket. 7 is a little bit in the way for his line towards the right side. So there's not a lot of space in between the side pocket and the 7. Well, he maneuvered that pretty nicely. So by the looks of now in the first, 3 racks, I must say that I'm pretty impressed by the performance of Roman. He looks really settled down here. And I was just checking the draw and results on the website, and I noticed that if Roman Hiebler wins this one, then he might have to play his son in the next match. Alessio Hiebler is in the exact same round as Roman is, and if both players win, then they are facing each other like a father and son. And I can tell you that I just updated it, and Alessio Hiebler won his match against Marco Fiore with 7-0. So indeed, if Roman wins this, he is up against his own son. A nice Hiebler clash. Nice cut shot. That's quite a difficult shot because the side pockets of these Predator arc tables are pretty strict. Especially with a, bigger angle towards it. But nicely done. And also this shot looks perfect, executed by Roman. And there it is, 3-0 for Roman. And not only that's a nice scoreboard lead, but if you have a look at the difference between table time, then you can also see that there is a huge advantage here for Roman. At the other match, you can see Nick Malai against Marius Skonecki. And Marius is up 3-0 against Nick Malai. So, work to do for Nick. And with Marius at the table, well, I'm not quite sure if he plays this fast enough. Yes, it does. So, interesting match on table 2 going on. You can also watch that match here at YouTube and our streams. But we're back at table 1. It's Marco Malina with the break. And where the 8 ball at least found some gravity, it's a legal break for Marco to continue. And we're not quite sure if this is a easy run out for him. Starting off with, can he see enough of that one ball to make? Second question, of course, is the two ball available towards that top right pocket? And the third question is that free ball lying there at the left side pocket. By the looks of it, it's not available into that side pocket. And with one shot, two of those questions has been eliminated. Now, the biggest worry will be that free ball laying at the left side pocket. How to deal with that? Roman Hibbler just took his extension, his time extension. I have a 35-second shot clock. And I can understand why. There is an aggressive more option to hide the cue ball behind the 9 and bank the 1 into the free ball. No, he did attack. Where's the cue ball going? Wow. Ball in hand for Marco. And with ball in hand, I think it should be good enough to find a position at the top side of the free ball. Now, if it doesn't go to the side pocket, it definitely goes to the bottom corner. The 4 ball is available to the bottom right pocket. Got a little stun, a little bit too much of a stun. Now the 5 may interfere with queuing. Little elevation on cue. Nicely done. Not out of the woods yet because also the 9 is laying there a little bit annoying for him. Needs to get the cue ball a little bit more back. Very close to the 9. And that stopped just in time. So he nicely solved the puzzle in this 4th rack. Oh, where's he going? I can't believe he played for this, because the 9 normally you play for the bottom left. Yeah, he just raised her hand like an excuse for, ooh, I completely overrun it, but still in a very decent position, but now towards the left side pocket. Now, the only thing is that, well, the cue ball doesn't travel logically towards a good spot, so in that case, he needs to swing the cue ball free cushion around the 10 to shoot it in the bottom left. And he missed it. What a let off there by Marco. It was all looking good his way, all the way up to the 9. And from the 8 to the 9, probably too much of an adrenaline. Occurring too much power on the 8. and a chance for Roman to snap it off. But the shot wasn't easy. And also Roman may not complain with the outcome of his miss. Now decision time. What type of safety are you going for? Very thin, roll it back to the top. It wasn't really thin. The 9-ball rolled all the way past the 10 and also a bit from the rail. So I think the putting angle is available here. So Roman could give it a swing to try to make it. Sending the cue ball around the table. No, he doesn't. He declines it. Call it in the top right pocket. So rail first, sending the 9-ball to the top. And especially when you play this with a little bit of draw, then you can draw the cue ball back to the bottom rail here. Nicely done. Very nicely done. And now quite some troubles for Roman. Where, to be honest, the former shot he had aside of the 9-ball to try to take on the cut shot. It's getting more difficult each turn now. And this is not going to be safe. Nicely done by Marco, and with sinking this 10-ball, we will see that the 4th rack is putting him in on the scoreboard, trailing 1-3. And that also turns the break turn towards Roman Hiebler, who now has 2 times the break. So we are watching this match between Roman Hiebler and Malina, and the other table you can watch the match between Nick Malay and Skoneski. Later on we have Mats Vertunsky against Grillo and Daniel Gudenberger against Echevia. Here we have Roman to break the 5th rack. Well, made some balls. Got a shot on the 1. The 2-ball passes, or at least there's a nice route for the cue ball towards the 2-ball. So it's a little bit of pinpoint position, but if you find that spot, this could be a break and run. But we most probably can put a scratch on that, because Roman underhit that completely. Failed to get the cue ball to the center of the table, and now snookered behind the 2-ball. Maybe you can see the little edge of it to play nice safety, but He's putting draw on it. Maybe you can even bank it. Well, at least he tried, but just hit it at the 7. So ball in hand for Marco Malina. Going up and down. Right long rail, left long rail, back to shoot the 4 in the same pocket. Falling pretty straight on the 4 ball, so I assume he will shoot the 6 and the bottom now. Just get the cue ball a little bit away from the rail. Now I like to draw it all the way above the 7, maybe even shoot the 7 in the same pocket then. But at least bring it back there. Nicely done. Now you can see there's not a lot of space in between the 8 and the 10, but that's the line you have to play for. Roll the 8 ball in the side pocket, probably with some right side English. Send the 7. Send the cue ball towards the 10. Still looks like he's going to the corner. Not quite sure where he's opting for. Alright, decided to leave himself a much tougher 8 ball. I'm not quite sure if that would be my personal choice. Of course, this is a quite safe way to land on the 8, but you can see the position of the 9, which is also at the lower part. This also means if you want to hold for the 9, you really have to slow roll this. Yeah. Again, it's not down. And Roman Hiebler back to the table. Can he see enough of this 8 ball to make it? He did. So another let off. Well, let off. At least to say, after his, well, error where he contacted the 7 ball instead of the 2. Looks like another red for the grab. Indeed it is. Now 4-1 lead. It's getting a comfortable lead for Roman. And if Marco wants to do something, he really has to change the way things are going. He had at least 2 racks, which he should or could have won, but failed to do so. And the change is being introduced by a timeout from Marco. Marco has a 5-minute moment for himself. And here the Longoni Italian Open, part of the Euro Tour, the Predator Euro Tour 2026. You can see we have quite some matches going on. On the other table we have Nick Malais against Skonetsky. And later on this table it's going to be Fortunsky against Grillo. And on table 2, Gutenberger versus Echeverria. Later on at 7:30 we are going to have the last matches being streamed. And well, we are still waiting to be able to announce the players for them. But still a full day of pool action. Tomorrow we will continue, and besides the 200 men who are attending here at the Euro Tour, we will also start the women Euro Tour, and we will have a lot of full action all the way to Sunday, where the quarterfinals will start and eventually the finals will be played at around 8 o'clock Sunday evening. We can see Nick Malay at the table. He is currently 5-0 down against Marius. It's time to wake up for Nick Malay. Still some time left. As long as your opponent is not on the hill, there's always a chance to come back. Well, it looks like Nick is still quite in some nice stroke. And this is going to be key shot for him. 6 to the 7. Shooting the 7 in the bottom right corner. And if he makes that one, it should finally be his first win of a rack. And it's not there, so things are not going his way in this match. Nick Malay struggling. And who is also back from his timeout and a little bit struggling in this match is Marco Malina. And therefore it's Roman to break off the 6th rack, leading 4 to 1. Made the 10 ball. Now, of course, it's not 9 ball we're playing, because then it would have been a direct win. Because it's call shot, and at 10 ball, the 10 will be replaced when it's made during the break off. Well, can Roman try to score a break and run? The challenge is clear. 1 to the 2 is going to be challenging, and then all the way back to the 2, to the free ball at the top rail. Well, that little jaw helped him. So he still has an angle on the 2 ball to work his way around the balls. But you can see how many balls are in the way. Maybe go in between the 4 and the 8. Maybe going around the 4. Was a little bit too much to ask for position wise, and got his focus off the pot. Now the good news for Roman is that there is not an attacking possibility here for Marco. At least I don't think so, because if you take on this gut shot, you will never have position on the free ball. So expecting to play safe. Not bad. Not bad at all. Attacking here for Roman would only be possible with a very slow roll. And there's so much risk in that shot that I cannot imagine that he's taking it on. I would suggest he overcuts it, cut the two ball to the right side, right rail, sending the cue ball all the way back where it is right now. Just like that. Don't want to run into the 10, but it did so. And Marco has some kind of a similar shot with the cue ball. No, he's attacking here. He's taking on the bank. That's quite aggressive because when he misses it, there's quite a good chance he's leaving it for Roman. It was close, but also a very tough shot, of course, that long bank on these pretty strict Predator arc tables. Now, if Roman wants to attack here, he has to produce a very big shot. Making the two ball and drawing it all the way back to where it is right now. Time is ticking, 7 seconds, 5 seconds. Looks like he's swerving around the 5. That was a nice contact, but how does it end? Well, it doesn't end well for Marco. And this is another chance here for Roman to continue his winning streak. Decides to screw his extension, which is quite interesting. I overcut it. And where's the cue ball going? All went wrong there for Roman. He overcut the two ball, and as a result, the cue ball went another path. So after a firing start from Roman, now we have seen quite some mistakes by him too. And this should really be the moment to capitalize on that by Marco. And needs to send the cue ball towards the 9. Nothing easy, but doable. Can he find a path in between the 7 and the 10? I don't think so. I think he played it just too short. Well, he tried it, but missed it. I got second prize because there's no shot available here for Roman except the safety. And he's taking on it quite quickly, but well, that cue ball has a nice length. So another tricky shot for Marco up right now. Maybe jigged up a little bit. No, he's going forward. He's playing topspin. Probably take it easy. Don't hit it too hard. Nice thin hits. And some issues here for Marco right now. Maybe he has a thin of an edge, or else he has to kick on it. And if you kick on it, the pace is very important. Well, still safe. Roman will not attack here. This cut is way too thin. Again, nicely done. And I think Marco is forced to kick from the low side, where he's looking at right now. Because if you hit it from the top side, it's going to be very difficult to hit the 4 ball. Got it in the top right corner. This is some kind of a do or die shot. And I think he will play this quite firm. Yeah, he hit it very firm. And because he played this firm, then it just shortens your line a lot. So ball in hand for Roman, making the 4 in the corner. And if you fall nicely on the 5, which I think he does, it's all looking good for Roman. Drawing it to shoot the 7 in the same pocket. There it is, 5-1 for Roman Ibler, and Marco. Well, he used his timeout to try to change things. In the end, it just doesn't go his way that he would like to. There's one good news left for Marco, and that is that he can break the next 2 racks. Where do you play the one? You squeeze it just over the two ball. Indeed he did, and that flick on the free really helped Marco finding position on the two ball. You can see that there is a cluster of balls around the 10, and this makes it quite difficult. Let's see the game plan of Marco, how to solve it. He could go just through the corner, short rail, left long rail, and back into those balls around the 10. Right, nicely done. Appreciation by Roman, snapping his fingers. Now, I think going forward 2 rails out, just missed the 10 ball. And you should be able to finish the last remaining balls. All hard work has been done. And indeed, will this be the start of the comeback? We all see the quality of Marco. It's in there. And we all know, of course, the quality of Roman, but well, there were some weird misses by Roman. And you can't just keep giving Marco opportunities and chances. So maybe this match is not over yet. Good, but a little bit close to that rail with the cue ball, so I can't work a lot with it. Needs the right pace to land nicely on the 10. Yes, very well done, Marco. One rack back on the board. Still 2-5 down, but maybe if he approaches this rack by rack, things can go his way. This is his second break off during this turn. And in the top you can see Roman taking off his glove. So he will take a timeout. Indeed, at the top you can see that the match is finished. At the other table, table 2, we will continue the next matches at 17:30 I mean. 5:30, so that's in half an hour from now. Then we will, it's 17:45, 50 minutes later. Table 1, Fortunsky versus Grillo. On table 2, Gutenberger versus Echeverria. And on 1930, we have the last streamed matches for today. Players needs to be announced later, but definitely come check it out. And after today, we will have, well, 3 more days of pool action. Tomorrow, also the Women Euro Tour will start, so take a look at that too. And we will finish the Euro Tour on Sunday evening, 8 o'clock will be the start of the finals. The winner is not here, it's of last year, because that's Joshua Villa. He won it last year and he's not here. A lot of other names are not here who are normally attending due to, well, some big tournaments in the United States. And that also opens up the opportunities for some, well, other guys who are knocking on the door for a win. I think Mario Hibler is also one of them, but Dimitri Jungo is one of the bigger names. And of course, from Poland, we have a lot of players who would love to win this Euro Tour, where Fortunsky is one of the names that we will see here on table 1 at 17:45. In the meantime, we can see Roman Hibel walking back to his seat. His timeout is done. And we are now ready to continue this match. It's Marko Malina from Slovakia. 2-5 down and breaking off in the 8th break. Made the 9 in the corner. Shot on the 2 ball, on the 1 ball. But looks like it's only a shot for safety that he can do. Needs to roll a little bit further, and it is. So a nice safety shot here. And it's Roman who needs a good kick shot. Called it in the bottom left. He's going to use the mirror system. So from that point, you can see where it needs to hit the rail. Quite interesting to see that he is using that technique on this shot, where I normally would expect him to play it more as a feeling. And, well, it didn't work out for him because he hit the 1 ball at the wrong side. And now a nice opening shot for Marco. 1 to the 2 is no problem, but the free ball is, well, a lot of difficulty. So let's see. First things first. 1 to the 2. And now let's see what the game plan is. I think the free ball passes the 10 to the top right corner. And he might have the angle to screw it over the 7. In between the left side pocket and the 7. But that's quite a dangerous shot, of course. So I decided to play stop shot. At least he has a side, but I really have no idea for his game plan. Must be a safety. Let's see. Oh, well, the tap on the table is a little bit of an excuse for the kind of a good roll, because at the top you can see the 4 and the 10 rolled towards each other and needs to be developed. And of course the kiss is not going to be an issue with ball in hand, but to control the kiss and be able to make it, well, that wasn't automatically, but Roman did a very nice job there. Very good executed. A little bit short, but I assume he will be okay. If he draws this and hits the 8 ball, then he is still nicely on the 7. Maybe it needs to work a little bit more because the 8 ball might travel towards the short rail. But still, things are looking good for Roman. Well, that will work too. That will bring him even quicker to the finish line. Nice, so this 10 ball will bring Roman Hiebler on the hill, because this race to 7 is, well, what it is during the double knockout stages. 6-2 lead now. And as I already said at the beginning, the winner of this match is going up against Alessio Hiebler. So by all expectations, in the next round we will have a full Hiebler matchup. And of course, as this is still the winner's round, the loser of this match will have his way worked through the losers rounds. Gonna play double knockout until the last 32. And with 200 players in the men's division, it's a long road towards it. Well, we've seen quite some difference in the outcome of the break of Roman, where this is at least the 3rd dry break that we have had one break with 4 balls down. So it's pretty far from consistent at the moment for him. And Marco with a too thin of a cut. Now, that's not a bad outcome for a miss, I think. And Roman is looking to kick around the 10, in between the 2 and the 8. The path is available, but it's also a very thin path. He might play this with bottom left. No, it's gonna hit the 8 first. So ball in hand here for Marco. And you can spot the challenge. The 4 is being blocked by the 8 ball. So that really needs a combination. Eight seconds left, 7 seconds, 6, so he needs to hurry up. Indeed, that free ball passes the 5 to the side pocket at the right side. Well, he's not really straight on it, and he's got the wrong angle. So if he wants to shoot the combination, he probably has to shoot it with the cue ball below the 5 to find a spot in between the 5 and the 10. So that's a little bit more distance than he would normally like. Because this is nothing really easy. And again, you have to control the 4 ball after contact. So a stop shot can be done, and the 4 ball will travel towards the other side, towards the left top pocket. Oh, he controlled it very nicely. Needs the rest, of course. Can't reach this one. Now again, 2 options: or very slow roll this towards the wrong angle of the 6, or work your way around the 7 and the 9 right now. Or in between, up and down. A little bit firm. It's gonna be stuck at the rail. Love to see all these emotions when it's not completely listening to you. And the balls looks like have their own way around the table. Again, it's firm. I'm not quite sure if he intended to play for this position, but he will take it. Seven to the side, and most probably play for position to shoot the 9 at the left side. It's a little bit short, Marco. Still cuttable, but wanted to have it a foot further than where it is right now. Can Marco hold his nerves to stay in the match? He can. Made it. A little smile on the face there. And now back to 6-3. And of course, we've seen quite some comebacks. Can Marco still find some grinding energy? And that of course all depends on the break from Roman, because he has this break in the 10th rack. Not the result he was hoping for, because the two ball is in an awkward spot to continue this break and run idea. So I don't see anything else for Roman to find some cover and a nice safety shot. But I don't really see that available. Maybe you could bank the 1 to the 9 and send the cue ball towards that 6 and the 7 from the right rail. The 1 ball straight back down here. And the cue ball just missed the 10 ball. And the 2 ball, preferably. Yeah, that's really nicely done. I think Marco announced the left side pocket. Gonna hit it pretty firm, I think. Want it pretty much on the nose, just I need to bank the 1 ball back up table. In former kick we could see that he was playing it with a lot of bottom right, and therefore it was curving a lot. Well, what a result for Marco. So good hit. And I think it's a full ball snooker. Ooh, that cue ball almost scratched in the corner, but it stayed out. So I feel more safeties are coming up. At least one. He called it in a corner. Not 100% sure that's the right shot to go for. Also because there's a lot of empty space. No, he played it perfect. Still a gap in between the 4 and the 5. Roman now looking to play the 1 and the 7. Set the cue ball back where it is right now. And that's a mistake. So a first opportunity for Marco. Now the 6 and the 7 are a little bit awkward, but I assume that things will go rolling after this shot. It is, and it worked out very nicely. I think he has to shoot that 4 ball in the bottom right. Oh, he's playing for the no, just stayed above it, but he left himself a lot of angle on the 6. And I'm not quite sure if there was an option to fall straight in off on it. Now he needs to go up and down, I think. He is, and the 9 is interfering. Ooh, it's getting more difficult than needed. Still another good shot is needed. Still can cut this in. Get the cue ball, top rail, bottom rail, back to the center. But nothing easy here. No, it was too much to ask for. At least he missed it in such a way that Roman doesn't have a nice shot either. I'm not quite sure what options he has. Yes, also he has a cut shot, but that's a more difficult one than that Marco had. He could play this rail first to spin it in. Of course, there's safety options too. Yeah, I tried my last option to play a rail first and spin it in, but although he got close, he just missed it. Marco back at the table. And with a pinpoint position on the 8, this should be another rack on the board for Marco. And if you keep getting racks back, then your opponent automatically will get a little bit of nervous. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Needs to stay down on the shot, got a little bit more distance on the 10 than he would prefer. If he stays down, it should be good. Nicely done. So another score on the board, trading now 4-6.
Next match for Strada Jan against Silan Dieras Diokovas on table number 22. 1 red each for practice, and please start your match.
And that also brings the breaking turn back to Marco. And with a 2-rack turn of break turns, well, it's quite easy to say that if Marco holds his 2 racks, his 2 breaks, then it's going to be a hill-hill match. So everything to play for by Marco. I still hope he can find his energy in grinding further. Keep believing, because well, there are absolutely still possibilities. A few balls were looking for some gravity, but nothing found it. Roman Hiebler with a shot on the 1. And a fairly straight open rack. He's facing directly at the most difficult part. It's the 2 ball is pretty awkward there. Blocked by the 5 ball. But he has quite some options to go for. He's now looking to find a position at the right side of the 2. Oh, he played this fantastically nice. Very nice done. Spun it around the 2 ball with a lot of right side English. Now he's fallen pretty straight on the 2, so not quite sure if he can stun this around the 4 and the 5. No, he couldn't, so play the safety in between. And that 2 ball rolled a little bit further than he wanted, because now there's a easy kick shot from the left long rail available. I think he has to hit above the side pocket with some left spin. Yeah, I think he got away with it. Maybe there's an edge available, but the potting angle is not there, I think. So I would bring my jump cue. Because there's a lot of good things that can happen if you make the jump. Oh, he's saying, I see enough of that 2 ball. I can make it like this. Well, it wasn't. And that nudge didn't help Roman, so although it's a not very easy opener, but it is an opener for Marco. Just make the ball, get the cue ball over the 7 to the center of the table, and well, the hardest part of this rack should have been done there. Now again he wants to stay at the right side of the 7. If he can make that work, then it should be good. Yes, it is. So nicely done, and well, I think he still believes in it. And of course he should be. Fallen straighter on the 5 as he would like. Now has to choose draw back to the center of the table and shoot between the 7 and the 9. Or go forward. I would love to draw this back to where it is right now. Maybe a few rolls further. Well, those are a lot of few rolls further. Still has just the enough side of the 6 ball to make it, I think. But after contact he might run into the 9 ball. Use this extension, his time extension. Needs to calculate his right. Indeed got into the 7 and landed quite awkward on it. It's getting more difficult each shot here. I'm not quite sure if this cuts back to the side pocket. It didn't, and I do understand the line, but he left it way too short. He really wanted to have that 7 ball close to that short rail, but left a full shot open for Roman Hibler. And now this is the chance for Roman to finish it off. And I would suggest for Roman to do so because Marco is getting more and more foot in this match. And wow, can you believe that? Another miss by Roman Hibler. Unnecessary, I think. And Marco back at the table. This match ain't over yet. Well, both players are making a little bit of a mess from this 11th rack. And eventually someone's got to pick up the pieces. And will it be Marco to get all the way back to 1 rack down? Or will it be Roman Hibler to finish it off and claim the win? Needs some nice contact, and he got it. This is the chance for Roman now to claim victory. That is now all looking nice. So it was some kind of a comeback for Marco Malina. Fighting his way back, almost got into a very tight match. But in the end, it will be Roman Hibler claiming the victory and heading up against another match against his own son. That will be a nice match to watch. But there it is. Congratulations, Roman Hibler. He beats Marco Malina. Marco will continue his run in the losers rounds. And Roman will promote to the winner round 2. We will be back in like 15 minutes for our next match here at table 1. And you can see the warm-up at table 2 also already. So a lot of more pool action coming up. For now, I would like to thank you on behalf of myself, Joris van Amersfoort. And we will be back in 50 minutes to continue.
Next match for Postumia against Vilo Julio on table number 1. And for Cyril Morco, John against Bonas Green on table number 3. 1 break each, and please start the match. Next match for Iwan against Gerd on table number 21. 1 break each for practice, and please start the match. break each and start your match.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back here in Treviso, Italy for the Predator Euro Tour 2026, the Longoni Italian Open. We are live from the Best Western Hotel in a match between Miszko Fortunski from Poland here in full sight, and we can see on the back Giulio Grillo from and it is Giulio who won the rack. We're going to play 10 ball, race to 7. It's a 2-turn break. It's Giulio Grillo to break off in the first 2 racks. We have a shot clock and we are breaking from the box. My name is Joris van Amersfoort and I will provide you from commentary in this match. And it's quite an interesting match because we have 2 very experienced players. Of course, we all know the name Miszko Fortunski. He is one of the bigger names for a long time now. And Poland is producing a lot of top players. And Fortunski is from the start of it already there. And a nervous start for Giulio because he missed his opening shot, but wasn't the hardest shot of them all. And now already a chance for Miszko. Made a nice route towards the 2 ball. By the look of the angle, he will probably hit the 8 ball. Needs to calculate that contact. And he did very nicely. Falling pretty nice on the 3 ball. Again, 2 options. He's now taking a look if he screws it back. Is there a possible chance that he scratches in the left side? Looks like he's still going for it. Use the 4 to roll into another position. Now, I don't think the 5 passes the 10 ball, so work is needed here for Miszko to get to the other side of the table with the cue ball. Oh, he missed it. And that's not going to be safe, so Giulio Grillo from Italy. Not one of the bigger names. He is more of a local player. And a great chance to play a monster player like Miszko Fortunski is. I'm personally not familiar with Giulio, but always interesting to see how these type of players are performing on the TV table. In many cases, adrenaline and nervousness is part of it. But let's see how Giulio is holding it together. Oh, good. So another long 6 ball. Now you tend to play this quite firm, but it's quite important to keep the pace down on this shot. Try to kill the speed of the cue ball. Ooh. He really tried, but you can see that the cue ball kept a lot of pace after contact. But he got away with it. Got a full ball snooker. And I assume he will play a 2-row kickshot, maybe even 3. I try to attack it from the bottom. He did. Great line. What a shot. Well played by Misko, and another tough shot here for Gilio. Needs to jack this down, jacked up a little bit. It's not great timing to get the cue ball back to where it is right now. Oh, not too bad. Made it, and this 8-ball does cut. I do feel that it's some kind of a do or die shot because, well, maybe if he misses it, it could go back to the short rail. But at least he has to take the shot on. You can see the tension in his hand. But he made it. Little bounce. Nicely done. Don't forget to finish it off. 10 to the corner. Get the first rack on the board. No, it was the tension and the nervousness that took this one away from him. Always easy to sit back on the couch watching these matches. But when you're down there in the arena, this beautiful arena, then it's a lot tougher. But also, Misko decided to give him another chance. And this chance you may assume that Gilio is going to take. Indeed, so at least still the first rack goes to Giulio Grillo from Italy. And yeah, a nervous start. And I hope for Giulio that this gives him a little bit of, well, settling down in the match. It's always nice to have a score on the board, because it can be pretty overwhelming. The arena, the cameras, probably some family and friends watching the stream. And don't forget to play against a top-tier player like Misko Fortunsky. And it's Giulio for the break-off in the second track. Well, made a ball, and somehow all the balls found a spot at the left side of the table. And with the position and the line of the cue ball towards the 2, I don't see a real attacking possibility. If you want to go crazy, you can shoot the 2 in the 5 and from the 5 into the and to make the 4 in the side pocket. Well, that didn't really work his way. Misko told Giulio that he is calling the combination, the 7 in the corner, that he needs position afterwards. Needs a little bit more pace than this. Well, it's just there. I think this one does cut back. It is. Ooh, what's the 5 doing there? Yeah, that 4 ball is deep enough into that jaws to even hit it from the wrong side. It will still go. Now, what are you going to do here? Slow roll it to keep position on the 5. So by the looks of it, I think he's going to slow roll this. No, he's checking up, so he's playing it firmer. Well, that was a great shot. Nicely done. Probably a slower shot on the 6 to shoot the 8 in the same pocket. And it's quite clear the quality of Misko Fortunsky is really high. When he has a full open table, there's not a lot of things that will go wrong with Fortunsky. That brings all the pressure on Gilio. To see if he can hang in there. Just wait for opportunities. Try to develop some chances for himself. It's still the winner's round, which means that the loser is not out. It's just going towards the loser's bracket. A longer route towards the last 32. Because from that point on, it will be single elimination. And not the best break off for Misko. It's a dry break, and well, it doesn't leave an opening shot for Gilio to make a choice. Probably has to play a push out, looking for a push out at the bottom right side. From that position, I will assume that Misko will take it on. Although this is quite some distance, so it's a bit of a personal choice. He could even take on the bank to the bottom right. Well, nicely controlled, playing the 1 ball towards the 8, but it's not a snooker. It is difficult for Gilio to make a full calculation of after contact what the balls will be doing. You can see that the 10 ball is a little bit off the rail, so after contact, balls will roll, but will move to other places. I tried to rail first it, but missed it. Ball in hand. And now it is Misko to get another safety. 1 ball behind the 10. And well, it's quite clear there's only one path available. All the way to the top, back down. I think that 3 ball is a little bit in the way for the natural route. So he has to make a choice from the left side of the free with a little bit right side English, or the right side with a bit of inside. Not too much of side because it's grabbing a lot. Yes, nice contact. Well done, Gilio. And a nice bonus with it. Getting a great snooker back to Misko. And this results in a chance here for Gilio. Another tester for him if he can hold his nerves, because this one ball is available to the left side pocket. Needs to draw the cue ball towards that right rail. Now get a route in between the 4 and the 9 ball. Sounds most logical. Going around the yellow 9 ball. I bumped into it. Now a little bit of a tester again. Also gotta take care of the scratch at the left side pocket. A lot of distractions, of course, in your head. I was just missed it. These Predator arc tables are pretty strict. But at least Grillo did find some coverage between the 7, behind the 7. Misko kicking around the 9 and the 6. Ooh, close. But it's ball in hand here for Gilio Grillo. I don't have really a lot of personal information about him, but as his nationality is Italian, I assume he's a local hero. Right, up to the next challenge. You can see that the 5 ball does not pass the 8, so he might be able to screw this back towards the 7 ball. Needs to be down on the shot. Keep it easy. Ooh, again. A little bit too much of cheating the pocket to find that angle. And a great shot by Misko. Nicely around the 7. Now you don't want to fall straight on it, and he is straight. So let's see how he chooses this. Maybe go back and take the cut on the 8. That might be, or screw back and scratch. Still a little bit floppy, sloppy here by Misko. And well, these are the chances, Gilio. If you want to do some damage, these are the pieces you have to pick up. Left himself pretty straight on the 9 ball. Much straighter than he would have liked. Another decision. I'm not quite sure if he has a little bit of an angle towards that short rail. If so, he could go forward. He's looking to go forward. Don't take your eye off the pot. Very good. It's going to be close to the 10, but how's the pace? Well, just there. Just there. Again, a nice tester this is for your nerves. Gotta stay positive on these shots. And it's there. Gideon Grillo back in the lead. 2-1 up in this race to 7. All matches at the winner side and loser side will be race to 7 up until we are at the last 32. Then we will go towards a race of 9. Race to 9, I must say. And you can see the results of today's matches on the live stream. Roman Hiebler beat Malina. On table 2, Nick Malai also won. Sorry, also lost his match. And wow, Miško is speeding up a little bit. Already broke. And again, a dry break from Miško. On the other table, you have Kuttenberger against Echeverria, and Kuttenberger is 2-0 up on that table. That is table 2. Hair back on table 1. Miško is up against Gideon Grillo. Wasn't quite sure what the outcoming line would be, but he's perfect. Even got the right angle on the 2, so if he managed to stay down on this shot. Look at that, that's perfect. Nicely on the free ball. Now leave yourself the right angle on the 4. I would preferably stunt this a little bit towards that 8 ball, that black 8 ball above it. All right, again, pretty straight. I think he can draw it straight back to the center of the table. Prefer a little low, because otherwise the 10 is in the way. I think it still is. He left it a little bit too high now. You can see that the cue ball will travel after contact towards that 10 ball. He's now taking a look at maybe screwing it over the 10 ball, going around the 9 ball. Indeed he is. Nicely done. Now, with this angle you can't hold, or you might not be able to hold it over there, so you have to go up and down and has to make a choice, stay above the 7 or below the 7. I think I would prefer to stay above it, so end up close where the 6 is right now. We wanted to go forward. 3 rails around, not a bad choice, but he just flicked the 8 ball, which took out all the pace of the cue ball. And now decision time. The cut is very difficult. He is taking on the cut. He feels like this is the right shot to go for. And if you feel like that, then, well, why not? But he hit it way too thick. And it's Miško. A very easy opener shot and layout for this 4th rack. All good. So the first 4 racks are down and the score has been split. It's 2-2 for them all. Here at Treviso in Italy, based in the area of Venice. It's just like 40 minutes from here to the lovely town of Venice. At the other side, we have Gutenberger up 3-0 now. So that's looking good for the Austrian player. Austria, where the former Euro Tour has been held in St. Johann. And the men's was won by the home favorite, Albin Usham. Back at table 1, it's Giulio Grillo from Italy, breaking off in the 5th rack. Also, Giulio didn't manage to get a ball down on the break, so a dry break for Giulio and Misko back at the table. Not sure if he's attacking here. No, he's not. Found some coverage. And if there's not a path in between the 7 and the 2, then this is, to be honest, a very difficult shot to get out from. I'm not quite sure if you can spin this around the 2 ball. If that's not there, then there's not a lot of things left. And I think you can spin it around the 2, but don't forget to make contact with a rail after you hit the 1 ball. Indeed, that was very tough. It was a absolutely difficult safety to get out from. So Misko, ball in hand, and I wanted to say the fun part will be the free ball. That's still a issue, but he got the same angle on the 2 ball to open it up again. And it is open now, but this shot is nothing easy. It still cuts to the side pocket if he wants to. A little bit of a feeling, but no, he will decline it. Safety behind the green 6. It's a little bit short of pace here. I think Giulio can see the free ball without his jump cue. Oh, that last flick of the 9 on the 3 took away a nice safe shot and opens up this opportunity for Misko. And indeed, now full in control of this 5th rack. Gotta get between the 6 and the 7. Indeed, found a nice spot here. Misko is, of course, one of the Polish talents that are a lot of them at the moment, producing so many talented players. But the raw talent of Misko Fortunsky is letting off a little bit in this match. This is of course very sloppy from him because yes, indeed, the side pockets of these Predator arc tables are absolutely strict. But this was not necessary to miss. Nice. So made it in the corner. Also follow nicely on the 8th. The only thing is don't overrun, don't work too much, I would say. You can leave yourself an angle above the 10. Just roll forward a little bit and you're there. Looks like he's trying to get the cue ball underneath the 10. Of course, it's an option. You can get there, and if you're there, then it would be nice. But you can see that if you go forward like 30-40 centimeters, you'll also have a nice angle on the 9 to keep it on the 10. Decided to go under. That's okay. And he got some kind of an angle on the 9, so that really helps the cue ball to go a little bit back up table. Don't overpower it because you tend with the adrenaline to give a lot of energy in it. It's not necessary. Yes, there it is. Well done, Gilio. Back in the lead, leading 3-2 now. Misko Fortunsky. Still a little bit looking for his focus, as it looks like. Because in the meantime, as you can see, the schedule of today already had some rounds been done. And after this match at 1930, we will have the last streaming match of the day. For here right now, at the winners round 1, the Italian Giulio Grillo is breaking off in rack number 6. And also this break off turns to be a dry break. And the break off is such an important part. For the moment, both players are struggling in making balls on the break. And Fortunsky is going for safety. Just some kind of a containing safety. It feels like for me that he just opted because, well, the way he played it wasn't going towards any real, well, kind of jail shots to put Grillo in a jail. How does this end up? Well, the 2 and the 3 are pretty much blocked. I'm not quite sure if the 1 ball passes the 8. If not, Misko could take on the combination 1-8. That would also open up the 2 and the 3. But he could put Gilio into jail too, of course. And he chooses the last one. And it's Gilio to find some creatives here. Looks like the two-rail shot is available. Just missed this green 6 ball. Hit the short rail first, then the right long rail, and then all the way back towards the 1 ball. A little bit of inside left side English is needed to get there. That's a little bit too low. Needed a little bit more. So ball in hand here for Misko Fortunsky, and now it's up to him how to solve the puzzle. Of course, Misko can also choose not to solve the puzzle. We are playing 10 ball, so free fall is in effect, meaning that if Giulio is making 3 falls in a row, then the opponent, Misko, automatically wins the rack. And it looks like he's going for that one. We'll play the 1 ball towards the 6 and the 10. And didn't play a very nice shot, to be honest. Oh, that little bounce might be enough. The reason is that you want that 1 ball as close as possible to the 6 and the 10. Because then you can use the 6 and the 10 to find a third snooker. And now get an idea where everything is going for. Just got to miss the side pocket. Oh, that's way too much. So that's the second fall here for Giulio Grillo. And that means that if Misko puts him in a third snooker, then if Giulio doesn't hit the 1 ball, the rack is over. Sending the 1 ball back towards the 2 and the 9. 2 and the 8, of course. So he just reminds him, you've got 2 falls there. If you don't hit the 1 ball, the rack is over. And I hope for Giulio that there's a gap in between that 6 and 10 ball. And yeah, that must be. And that would make the kick a lot easier. Because this is just a 1 rail rack kick shot, and this should be able to hit it. So he did. Kept the rack alive. And also re-snookered Misko. Did make the kick and found position on the 2. So Misko said, okay, if I'm not gonna win this rack with the free fall, then I'm gonna just run the table. No, not yet. Another safety. And I don't think that there is a path in between the 5 and the 9 ball. So another tricky safety here. 1 rail kick shot is available. But I would prefer to play this pretty firm. Because if you hit it but don't make it, you rather find some cover. And yeah, that's a nice speed. Let's see how this ends. Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Some kind of a 50-yard line for Misko. I like to see Giulio keep on grinding here. Stay positive. That's another nice putt from Misko. Creating a chance where it actually really wasn't. Now screw back to shoot the 4 in the side pocket. Perfect. And as you can see, that 6 ball is laying in an awkward position close to the blue striped 10 ball. So you actually want to shoot the 6 ball in the same pocket as you shoot the 5 ball. Bottom left it is, but it's not very easy to get the cue ball there after potting the 5, because the 9 is pretty much in the way of the natural angle to get there. Looks like he's going forward. From a little bit straighter on the 5. No, he just decided to go to this side. I understand, and I personally would like that too. Now, needs to slow roll this, I guess. Yeah, absolutely beautiful plate. Now again, screwing it back towards 7, but leave yourself an angle to be able to get back to the other side. It is some kind of an angle, not too much of an angle. It's going forwards, 2 rails out. Nicely done, all looking good for this Polish talent who won the Euro Tour many times, including this Italian Open here in Treviso. And he won it already in 2016. 10 years ago, he was the winner here at the Euro Tour. Of course, he also won gold at the European Table Championships in 2019 and many other great results to show his professionalism status. And the other table, it's Gutenberger leading 4-1 now. It's going his way. But here at table 1, it's Fortunsky breaking off rack number 7. And I tell you what, I don't think everybody noticed, but I just saw that he was not breaking from the box. Now, I do know Fortunsky, and I can't believe he did that on purpose. I just think he forgot about the rule, but he broke from the rail. Fortunately, to be saying, if you forget about that rule, that it was a dry break and it brings Kilio to the table. That didn't work out. It was a nice combination shot. It was a great combo. Nothing easy, but he didn't get any reward for it. Now, I'm not quite sure if you can see anything of this one ball. If not, he has to kick from this left long rail. And with the jaw there, that isn't easy either. So let's see if he managed to make contact with the one ball. He did. But that's not going to be a safe. So it's Misko Fortunsky with a chance here. Right, perfectly on the 2, but you can see that the free ball is a little bit blocked by the 4. And maybe it does pass the 4 ball, the purple 4 ball, but I'm not quite sure. Looking at the position of the cue ball, I think it does go. It's very narrow. This. No problemo for Misko. So now needs to find a nice spot on the 7. Of course, the temple is a little bit awkward there. So needs to make a choice. And the choice is, well, going this route, but a little bit firm. So well, easily solved by Misko. He can make look pool so easy, where we all know how difficult it can be. But quite easily, Misko run the balls and got a score on the board. Now for the first time in the match, he is up 4-3. And this is the moment Giulio Grillo is taking a timeout. So Giulio has 5 minutes time to take a break, go to the toilet or have a drink. And needs to be back within 5 minutes. These are the matches of today being done. Roman Hiedbler beat Malina 7-4. Skonechny has beaten 7-0 Nick Malay. And that's quite a, well, a upset. I think Nick Malay, of course, a very talented player. I didn't see that match, but that's quite an interesting score. Here at table 1, we have Misko Fortunsky leading 3-3, 4-3 against Giulio Grillo from Italy. And on table 2, Daniel Gudenberger is 5-1 up against the Spanish Echeverria. Later on today at 19:30, we have the last streaming matches here on this channel. So stay tuned. A lot of more pool actions coming up. Of course, as soon as the players are known, we will announce the players. And after today, even more pool on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow we'll also start the Women's Euro Tour. So, well, 200 men are attending and I think about 60 ladies are also there. Very interesting to follow and to watch. So I hope you will enjoy this pool weekend up until Sunday evening 8 o'clock, where we will start with all the finals. Here on table 1 we will have some commentary for you, and in the weekend, or at least on Sunday, we will also have commentary on table 2. So yeah, I hope we can bring you a lot of good times. And for now, I truly hope that Giulio Grillo is having a good time too, because for him, I think it can be quite special to play a match like this on a TV table against, well, a pro player like Misko Fortunsky. And that alone can be very fun to experience. But in this case, he's also still in the match. It's only 4-3 in a race to 7. So I think Giulio, first of all, really has to enjoy what's happening, enjoy this match, and match-wise, he should just wait for the opportunities that will occur. Find a way to stay positive and wait for the pieces to pick up. Giulio is back in his seat, so we will continue this match with the break-off for Misko in the 8th rack. Ooh, nice bumps. So this really helps Misko. That last little bump on the the 2 ball, really put it in another better position. So the issue here is most probably the 4 and the 7. And I just had a replay and I saw again that Misko Fortunsky was forgetting about the fact that he has to break from the box, breaking from the side. So I think that Misko is not knowing about this rule or completely forgetting about it. In the meantime, he is down on this 4 ball towards the top and made it very nicely. Now on the 5 to probably the side pocket. Yeah, just about to correct things here. Indeed, the players have to break from outside the box. Now you've seen breaking them, almost all of them, on the line of the box. The box is the center part of the kitchen. Indeed, they have to play outside of the box, and doesn't matter then if it's close to the box or completely at the side of the box. But Fortunsky did snooker himself now on behind the 9 and missed the bank. It's Giulio Grillo. With his jump cue, trying to find out what's the best route, but just focus on making the ball. Stay down on the shot. It's quite a long of distance in between the cue ball and the 9, so this needs to be pacey. A lot of power to get over the 9. Well, he got there, and how's his luck today? Wow. Fortunsky will take on this cut shot on the 8, screwing it to the bottom right. And he missed it. And this is the opportunity Giulio needs to take out. Little head shaking for Misko. Not necessary, of course. But this is a great opportunity. Bring the cue ball back to the center. Yep, perfect. Perfect. Now screw it back towards that left side of the 10 ball to shoot the 10 ball in the bottom right. And with this 10 ball, it's another chance for Giulio to level the score. Nicely done. 4-all. And with that score, the break will turn towards Giulio Grillo. And he may now have 2 breaks. So in the end, we are now back to a race to 3 for these players. And we all know that in a race to 3, a lot of players can beat other players. So this is very interesting and good news for Giulio to still be on the match. At the other table, we see Daniel Kudenberger leading 5-1. Oh, that's a thorough miss by the Spanish player. With a lot of tension probably in the arm. He missed the 10. Here, race rack number 9. Curio did make a ball, but he doesn't have a right side towards that yellow one ball. So probably going to play a safety. Sorry, a push out. And the question is, where do you push out to? Now that that 8 and 5 are creating a nice blockade to find some cover behind. So I would take that in mind with my push out. But it looks like he's kicking on it. He's not playing push out. He feels like he can touch it. You know what? I saw that spot. I put it down there. That's a great shot by Giulio. Misko called the side pocket. It's gonna be a tough one. I think he's playing it firm. No, he's playing it soft. And a chance here for Giulio to start working around in this rack. The first thing that I would like to know is, does the 5 ball pass the 8 ball towards that corner pocket? I doubt it. In the meantime, Giulio run into the 2 ball. Don't think it passes towards that corner pocket, but of course there's a combination possible. So he took on, I think he will take on the combination. There's a great option to get the cue ball into the 5 and the 8 and bury the cue ball behind the 3. That's a great safety. Well, now it's kind of a mess down there. 3 in a row, 2, 5, 8. And none of them, well, at least the 8 does, but the other 2 balls do not go towards the corner, so a safety is required here. Can Giulio calculate something interesting? I don't think so, because he is leaving a path between the 6 and the 8. So Misko now a chance to work his way in this rack. Exactly. Immediately open up the 5 and the 8. No longer an issue here. Not quite sure what kind of an angle he has on the 4. Right, managed to get a little straighter on the 5, but not out of the woods yet. I think he has to calculate a kiss on the 6. Oh, he's putting a lot of draw on it. Maybe he can avoid it. I love that shot. Very well done. Can now roll forward. I think he will miss the 8 ball on the way towards that rail. Yeah, he'll miss it. And he misses the putt too. Hit it way too thick. Now another tester here, I think, for Giulio. He can see the edge of it. He could also play for a kick shot. He called it in the corner, so he's playing rail first with a lot of inside English. Can he cut this in? Well, it was on the route, but it just lacked of pace. And left a great opportunity for Misko. Playing rail first, going around the corners. He's still shaking his head. It's not rolling as he is expecting it to roll. But in the end, it's Misko Fortunsky with this 10 ball winning the 9th rack. He's now 5-4 up. And as we get closer to the end of this match, of course, each rack gets more important. It's only 5-4, so if Giulio somehow manage to win this rack, it's going to be 5-5 and a race to 2 to decide who will be the winner of this match. So for now it's a dry break and Giulio has to wait how Misko Fortunsky is going his work around with this rack. Made the call, cutting it in the top right. Overcut it again. And it's Giulio with the choice. He can of course kick from the right side around the green 6 ball, or you can jump it. And there's quite some value in jumping. So if he feels like jumping, I think that would be my choice. Looks like Giulio is opting for a kick shot around the green 6. 2-1-0. The shot clock was almost an error for him. Ooh, that didn't go as planned. And to be honest, he could have known it, because in a lot of cases when he would have run into the 3 and the 7, he would have banked the 7 towards that 2 ball. Only when he hit the 7 much fuller, much more on the left side. And now he is in a little bit of a trouble. Might play for the C shot. So left long rail, right long rail, just missed that purple 4 in the corner and go back towards the blue 2. That would be an option. And the free railer is out of the equation. So I think I would play that. Left long rail, back long rail, just missed that purple 4 ball and back towards the 2. Just like that, perfectly executed. Now calling the bank on the 3. Just missed the 8 here. Perfect. You can see how easily Misko Fortunsky is feeling these kind of shots. That's really raw talent of him. Now of course the 10 ball is quite a big ball in his root. from the 5 to the 6. You gotta miss the 10 ball. At least he did, but he really underpaced it. And I'm not quite sure why, because the area to play for is so big. So it's absolutely unnecessary to flirt with the 10 ball even. So quite some work to do in the arm, I think, of Fortunsky. It's still there, but played it towards the short side here. Again, quite difficult because it's a thin cut on the 7, meaning that there will be a lot of pace on the cue ball. Well, he did play a nice save, but almost flirted with that side pocket. Giulio should stay positive. I think there's a chance here. I also think that there's enough side of that 7 ball for potting it. And if so, he really should attack here. Now it looks like he played for safety, and he did do quite a good job. Misko, jump cue in his hand, going airborne over the 9 ball. Banking the 7, top right. Wow, that looked like a more miss than it actually was, because the 7 jumped on the rail. It completely changed his route. Now, can Giulio see enough of the 7 this time, or is he required to perform the same safety shot? So almost a copy of the last shot. No, it is not an attacking shot, but this time the safety shot by Giulio is not on, or not spot on, so a chance for Misko, if he would like, at least. Nicely rolled there by Misko with a lot of feeling. Yeah, he's not very happy with the result because it's again some kind of a 50-yard line. Just too low to shoot it in the side, so it needs to go to the corner. Now, nicely on the 9 to the side, but ideally you would play the 10 in the same pocket as the 9 ball, but you will end up pretty close to the 10. And you can create distance, but then you need to play with jacked up. It's not ideal either. Wow, it's decent enough. Indeed, if you make the tumble, then all is good. He is up 6-4 now. And the turn will go to Miško Fortunski with the breaks. And Miško on the hill. And who's not on the hill is Daniel Kuttenberger. He is now still up, but only 5-3. So that match is also still a match. Oh, and this is another miss. So tension is on over there, and maybe over here too. Because the break from Miško Fortunski is again dry. And there's a lot of table time for Giulio to see if he can interfere the outcome of this match. Yeah. Bit of bad luck again not to have any shot to start with. Needs to play a push out. Miško quickly decided to take it on. Of course it will be for a safety. Banking the one back up. Very nicely done. And now it's Giulio who has to solve this puzzle, this problem. There are a few ways, but I think he might be able to play from the left rail. Just missed the orange 5 ball. Go 2 rails from the back. He could also jump in between the 4 and the 7. And kick from it from the top rail directly. Otherwise it's going to be a 2 rail kick shot. Good, nice hit. Well done, Giulio. Still an opportunity for Miško, but at least it's not as good as ball in hand. Although doesn't look like a lot of difference for Miško, because when he is shooting, he is normally shooting very straight. Now you can see the difficulty here, of course, the 2 to the 3 ball. You can see the path of the 3 ball fable towards its side pocket. And don't forget that the 4 ball is all the way up there, the purple 4. So it's not really automatical to land on it. You need some work to do. Yeah, it's quite difficult. As you can see, he's falling so straight on the 3 ball. I'm not quite sure what he can do to create an angle. Just made it. And does he get past the 7? No, he does not. Needed a little bit more pace than this. But you could also see that if you played it with even more pace, then the 3 ball would have doubted also even more to decide if it wanted to go down into the pocket. Miško now forced to play a kick shot. And a weird miss, because he really wanted to have a quite thick contact with the 4. But he failed to make contact at all. And this is another great chance here for Giulio. Biggest part will be staying positive, staying focused. Keep your mind on making balls. That's the most important part. You could see the twist in his hand because of the tension. It's all very logical. Watch out for the 9 ball. Watch out for the 9 ball. Ooh, yeah. That was always a problem when you were looking at the type of energy and English he was giving on the cue ball. Now it's still cuttable. You could cut this to the left. And that wouldn't be a bad idea to just keep on growing. Just like that. Just missed it. Too bad, too bad. And this could be the chance that Miško Fortunski was waiting for. This 7, 8, 9 and 10 to close the deal and win this match. Nicely done. Nice position on the 8 ball. Up and down. Well, that wasn't the best of shots. Not quite sure what he was opting for. With this line out, he underhit it a lot to shoot it inside. And if he was opting for this corner pocket, he, well, got way too much to the left. Well, nice recovery shot. And that brings it to a conclusion. I truly hope that Giulio Grillo had a nice time here and could enjoy this match. It was Miško Fortunski who proved his professionalism and some great shot making, winning this match 7-4. He promotes to the next winners round. So he has all the opportunities to qualify all the way towards the last 32. And it's Giulio Grillo who is sent towards the losers round. He can have his way there. Try to fight as far as he can. For now, we are done for about half an hour. Then we will continue with our next match. I will be there also, so I hope you will enjoy the next half hour and see you in a bit.
Table number 1. On table number 4, Lara Yavi against Albert Stefan. Gedor Alexandru Gabriel against Mesa Asha Virgi on table number 5. Garcia Javier Gobazzi Federico on table number 7. Bastian Justus against Martin Eric on table number 9. Flores Richard against Steinberg Dean on table number 10. Corazza Luca against Corbière on table number 12. Sidestep René against Sanson Claudio on table number 13. Oleg Mikkel against Real Hugo on table number 14. Gusto Cipriano against Kominiakis Marios against on table number 15. Havo Alex against Chang Haifing on table number 16. Samarini Elio against Vilches Bardo Paul on table number 17. Di Martino Giovanni against Berton Marciliano on table number 18. Sokol Mustafa against Indrazi Fabrizio on table number 19. Mela Nasim against Nastelski Zagoshe on table number 20. Lacha Leo against Stachowiak Sambo on table number 22. Sides Michael against Avaravicius Azoas on table number 23. Sanford Cruz José Manuel against Raul Constantine on table number 24. Please have 1 break each for practice and start your match. one break each for practice and start your match. Next match for Basho Thomas against Belhaz Italian on table number 2.
break, you get 60 seconds, every shot 35 seconds, and one extension per rep. When you call for extension, call a little bit louder so I can hear. I will repeat after you. Extension. I'm not a referee. You have an area referee. So if you need a referee, just say, and then I will stop the time and we will wait for the referee. If you call any shot, you call the shot to your opponent, not to me.
All right.
Yes. So that's all. This now.
You can start.
I will tell you when you
Next match for Lücke Mike against Hidalgo Omar on table number 3, 1 rep each, and please start your match.
A very warm welcome here in Treviso, Italy. We are at the Italian Open, the Longoni Italian Open, where we are doing the Predator Euro Tour 2026. We are going to watch a match between, well, a well-established player with a lot of experience versus a very young talent, Robert Braga. First participated in the Euro Tour in 2014 already, and Marco Sabarpakapa, pardon. And Marco is playing his first Euro Tour at the men's division, and he has already attended at the youth department. But he is up against Robert Braga. So, experience versus new talent. Let's see how this comes to a conclusion. My name is Joris van Amersfoort, and we will have a nice time, I think, here in this Temple match. It's going to be a race to 7. We are at the loser bracket. That means that the loser is out. And for now, it's Marco back at the table, or for the first time at the table, of course. Back after the leg. The young talented player from Serbia. And it's quite interesting to see these young talents. They can go very deep. We have seen so many interesting players from the last couple of years. And great to see Marco is also attending here right now. Robert Braga, already into his 13th season of Euro Tour playing. So I expect Robert to be much more used to the table, the pressure, and all these things than Marco. But yeah, quite interesting to see. And first shot here is absolutely a decent shot. Found a great position on the free ball. Bit too straight for his likings, of course, but wow, look at that. That worked really nice too. Yeah, he hit it a little bit thinner, therefore the cue ball traveled quite some more distance than he would have liked to. Still no problems. 5 to the 7, a little bit more work there. You could see he was raising up his cue after contact. Now the last tester for Robert Braga needs to go around the 9 and the 10. Find a nice position on the 9. Well, the line is good, but you can see that the cue ball is very close to the rail. And that means that or he can only go forward, or he has to play this jacked up. He's choosing to play a little bit of jacked up here. You can see elevating the cue. And how does it end? Not nicely for Robert Braga, because I don't think he cuts it back. He indeed immediately called the bank to the left side pocket. A little bit on the feeling. A little bit wide. And a nice chance here for Marco to kind of steal this rack. It all looked pretty good for Robert Braga. All after that, Robert put the cue ball on the rail on the 9 ball. Now, is Marco already settled down? Can he take on this long shot on the 10? The answer is yes, he can. Nicely done. And the first rack goes to Marco. If I call it right, Sarbarkata. And as you can see, it's Robert Braga who can break off in the next rack too. We also have the other match, or the other table, table 2. We have a match between Benjamin Balase and Thomas, and Benjamin is leading 1-0 there. Nice matchup too. Here at table 1, Robert to break off in the second rack. Also the second break is a dry break. It means Marco is at the table. And yeah, the 2-ball is quite a little bit disturbing for him. This youngster from Serbia needs to work his way with the 2-ball. Opting for the side pocket. Little bit firm. Still a little bit of tension in the arm probably. So he overrun on that 2-ball. Now it still cuts to that side, but the side pockets of these Predator arc tables are pretty strict. So if he goes for it, it's a very, well, wow. Burying the cue ball, gluing it to that purple 4-ball. Very difficult now for Robert Braga. Ah, nice hit. How is it landing for him? Could have been better. It was a great hit by Robert, but yeah, it can be cut in. I'd like to play this with a ton of left side English, maybe rail first. That 7-ball down here is blocking the scratch if you play it rail first, and it makes the pot so much easier. He indeed is playing with tons of left side English, spinning it in. No, it was not rail first. As said, that 7-ball is at least occurring that he won't scratch. But it's 10-ball, so Robert has the opportunity to take the shot on or give it back. And with this snooker, he didn't even get out of his chair. And he said, Marco, go right ahead. Show me how you will solve this. Kicking it from the left rail and preferably the top rail, then back towards that 2-ball, 2 rails. Yeah, just flicked it, but now the 7 is gone. And there's the scratch on the cue ball. Robert with a nice open rack again. This time he really would like to finish it off. Got pretty straight on the 5-ball, which is okay. He didn't really check his line, but of course you gotta watch out not to snook yourself behind the 8-ball. Played it really nice. Now you can see that he has to go around the 9-ball, which is okay. the moment he's playing quite quick. If it works, then that's okay. Still close to the 9, but all good. And this time no mistakes are done by Robert Braga. So with this 10 ball he will get on the scoreboard too. Score is 1-all. And after the first 2 racks has been concluded, means that the break turn will go over towards Marco. And now Marco has 2 times the break off. We are here in Italy, Treviso, based at the north of Venice. Lovely town with a lot of channels, great food, best tiramisu, best prosecco, because that's originally based here. Made a ball in the side pocket. That 8 doesn't interfere, so this is a nice chance here for Marco. Actually quite a full open table. Now it looks like he has to draw the cue ball towards the 9 ball, the left striped yellow-white 9 ball, to shoot the 2 ball in the bottom right. And if he gets there, then, well, most of the hard work has been done. You can see that the 8 was a little bit in the way of the 5 ball, but first this. I choose to go around. Yeah, at least he gets to the 9 ball too. Not really straight, so with this angle it's more work. Maybe wise to go around that 8 and 5 ball. Free cushion around, back towards the 9 ball. Well, a lot of contact, but how is his luck? Not completely a mistake or bad, but nothing easy too. It still cuts to the side pocket. And if you make it in the side, you can draw the cue ball from the top rail back to the center. And well, everything is in the open afterwards. So it's worth going for it. But he missed it by quite a margin. Didn't get the real feeling on that shot. But he left Robert Braga a nice opener, but also with quite some distance. And if you take a look at the 10 ball, that could interfere also in his route towards the 4. And it all occurs to a miss. And well, some good fortune there for Robert. Snookering Marco. Marco has to play this from the left side. Well, that ain't bad. That's a nice double kiss there for Marco. Making some kind of a split for him, for Robert. I think he called the bank. He did. He made it. Fired it in with nice position on the 4. So it's now time to convert this nice bank shot into a point. Around the 10. Needs to slow down. This is pretty firm. Does it stop in time? I think so. I think it still cuts. And if you stay at the top side of the side pockets, could find a nice position on the A2. Well, gave it a lot of insight, so now he again is facing a thinner cut shot on the 8 ball. Was a little bit maybe too worried about that side pocket. It still cuts. Or is he going to hide? Looks like he's playing safe from here. He indeed is. So Marco back at the table in this third rack of the match, where I would really like to play rail first here. Going back to send the 8 ball towards that right side pocket and bounce back beneath the 10. That would be my objective. And I'd rather play that shot than banking it. Looks like he called the bank to the left side pocket. How is his luck with the 9? Wow. There's your answer. Searched for it and found it. Now Braga with an interesting shot. You can see he tend to go long, so after contact from the left rail he would send the cue ball down. So he's now opting for a longer shot, calling it at the top left. 2 rails out. No, 1 rail out. And left it all open for Marco. He now has all the opportunity to clear up the last 3 remaining balls. Going forward, 2 rails out, back down. Looks pretty logical to me. If you give it a lot of side, you will end up at the left side. Choose to go 1 rail, and this is absolutely perfect. Well done. And right here it is 2-1 up to Marco. On the other match, Benjamin Belhazen had a lead against Thomas, but they evened the score 1-1. It's a nice clash also at the losers round. Don't forget that the winner is out of the the loser is out of the tournament. Winner of course has another chance at the loser bracket, and we're playing the double knockout stage up until we are at the stage of the final 32. Last 32 will be single elimination, and up all the way up to the finals it will be then race to 9. And we're back at table 1. Marco Zabarcapa with his break off. That 6 ball doesn't find any gravity, so another dry break in this match. And this time it is Robert Braga with a nice starting. Also found a nice angle on it too. He's on the rail again, so he can't go backwards, only forwards. Going for the 3-6 combination. I assume he will play it quite soft, just to make sure that the 3 doesn't follow the 6 in the corner. Now need a position close to the left side pocket. Don't get behind the 5 ball. Just there. Yes, nicely done. Now we're getting to the real interesting part of this rack. The 7 ball. He can go for the combination 7-8, or he has to find a spot somewhere at the left side of the 7. So from this point on, there's only one solution left. Go for the combination. Or of course, play safe. Very well done. Nicely judged where the 7 is ending. Oh, again he overrun this. It's nothing serious to worry about. This can still be made. Gotta stay positive on these kind of shots. It's very important. Oh, he really tried to punch it in. Let his arm go, but with that little punch, he eventually dropped his arm a little bit. And a really nice stop shot on the 10 was enough for Marco to claim the 4th rack. He is up 3-1 now. And well, at least 2 racks were given away, I feel, by Robert. First of all, of course, he missed that 10 ball in the opening rack. And again here a missed 10 ball. And that's the difference between 3-1 up or 3-1 down. Is that 2 ball going into gravity? It's not. And so also this rack has a dry break. A nice starting shot for Marco to go around the 3 ball and get some kind of position on the 2 ball. If he can manage that, there is quite some interesting routes to go for. Also the 3 and the 4 are not situated very easy. And this doesn't help. Because of course now from the 2 to the 3 is, well, has a more narrow gap as an entrance on the 3 ball. But afterwards he needs to draw it back from the 3 towards that green 6 ball to shoot the 4 in the side pocket. So getting more difficult, I think. Oh, this is not good. This is way too soft. This should have landed close to the 6 ball. Now he can only see an edge of that 3 ball. And this ain't the defense shot he was looking for, or of course the cross bank. And it's Robert to find a position close to the green 6. And he found it. That's perfect. Now can just roll forward back to the center of the table. Here now is another decision time. He can go around the 9 to shoot green 6 at the bottom right. But there are so many other options. It's just what you feels like to do. I would probably go around the 9. Or above it, anyway. To that direction. Again, he overhit it a little bit, so the wrong angle on the 6. Needs some more work to do. Maybe he has to go around the 9 again. No, going forwards. It's not bad. Eight ball is pretty much in a way. You can see how long his cue is, his bridge is. Still managed to make it. Yeah, this is another poor shot by Robert Braga. He really wanted to get it much more to the left, but you could see that he was playing this with plain stun. And all the effect was already gone before it got into the rail. Now it's still cuttable. And he already showed that he can make these cut shots. Including this one. Nice recovery shot. And now he's not wasting a lot of time on this 10. And this time he makes it. Well done, Robert. He got another point on the board. Still trailing, but now 2-3. And it's Robert Braga for... Sorry, it's Robert Braga.
Who's breaking?
Yeah, they are having the same discussion as I have in my head. Indeed, it's Robert Braga to break off. His second break of this turn. So indeed, rack number 6, Robert Braga to break just outside the box. That 3 ball didn't find any gravity, but the 4 ball did. So he can continue here, but as you can see, a push out being played immediately by Robert. And it's up to Marco if he fancy to take on this shot or give it back to Robert. I personally would have given it back. The reason is that it's gonna be a bit difficult to find some cover here. You're playing everything towards the open. Yeah, there wasn't a guarantee to find any cover behind it. So a little bit of a chance here now for Robert Braga. It's not very easy, but he could take this on. Could flirt with the 5 ball, which will probably give some kind of a shot on a 2, but he just missed it and it's still on. Now if Robert can cut this 2 ball in the corner and use the 8 as a blocker, then that would be an ideal position to attack for the 3 ball. Make the 2 ball in the side, roll the cue ball towards that black 8 ball. Oh, that's really soft and very dangerous if you roll it like that. It occurs into a miss by Robert Braga. Bit unnecessary miss, this one. And he would have hit the 8 full on the nose, so we would always have that shot on the 3. Now Marco is on the 3 and has to choose, is he going for the 5-7 combination? Or do you want to shoot the 5 in the same pocket as the 3? I think he will go for the combination. Yeah. A little bit firmer. Now the combination is quite easy to make, but the very difficult part here is to control the 5 ball. To read where does it land, where do I need to send my cue ball to. And that worked nicely. Six is at the center of the table, so a lot of options to play for. Don't really like this one. Got not too bad for the 6 towards that top corner. Can roll forward a little bit. Keep it easy. Just roll it in. I decided to go for a stun shot. And that occurred in this miss, which is also quite unnecessary, I think. Go with a nice calculated kiss on the 9. Falling pretty nicely on the 8. Doesn't need to work a lot here with the cue ball. I would like to leave it pretty high. Oh, he worked with it again. And therefore, with that pace, it kept it out. Now Marco. Turns are flying over towards each other. Giving a lot of left side English. That's quite dangerous. Yeah, he's now playing right side English. I like that better. Nice. Nicely done. So, try to keep yourself calm, Marco. You can just screw this from the left long rail, 1 rail towards the 10. Keep it easy. Keep it simple. Not the best shots, but still very doable. Nice. At the center of the pocket. It's 3-all. In this race to 7. And now indeed it's time to change the turns to Marco. Marco Sabarcapa. The young Serbian talent. He's of course quite young of age. I'm not quite sure if he is old enough to have a sip of Prosecco. The local drink here in Treviso. And if you like some tiramisu with it, that's also originated from here. So afterwards here at the Western Hotel, I think a lot of people will join it. I would definitely enjoy it. And the 6 was not enjoying it because that stayed out and occurred this dry break. Bit of bad luck that it's still not going down there. We've seen so many dry breaks in this match. But also so many balls finding a pocket but just decided not to go down. Again, an option here for Marco is to just give it back to Robert. He decided to take it on. Yeah, it is a snooker, but of course it's not the most difficult jump shot. And of course with the 6 there, it's quite a big chance to make it. Was a little bit of hit and hope shot by Robert. Wow. Robert tried to find some cover behind that 9 ball, but sent it straight into the pocket. Another ball in hand opportunity here for Marco. And don't forget, although Robert Braga is running most of the tables, it is Marco who is up 4-2. Yeah, and if he runs out this rack, he only needs 2 more racks to win this. Well, he's got a nice angle on the 3 to go forward to land in between the 9 and the 4. Well, don't want to fall behind the 5. Oh, just cut there. Yeah. All right. 5 to the 6 now. Sorry, 5 to the 7. Little bit funny angle here, as you can see. Looks like he's getting to the left side of the 7. Decided to give a much powerful draw stroke. And that really worked out for him. How does it end? It's a little bit high. Well, it's pretty high. Much higher than he wanted. Should have been a diamond lower. Of course, it was quite a thin cut shot, but he would have helped himself a lot if he played it with a little bit of left side English. Can he make this cut shot? No, that stays out. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, just not in the side pocket. So got a little bit away with it. Not only now must Braga make it, also try to find some route towards the 9. Well, just flick the 10 ball. So it's ball in hand. And Marco looked for the 9 in the top left. And after that one, he's now looking at playing it in the side or in the top. Sorry, in the bottom. And I would indeed play this to the bottom right. Go forward a little bit. 1 diamond forward. Ooh, that's not a diamond forward. That's completely in between now. Yeah. Playing it in the right side pocket. Also gotta watch out for the scratch at the with the cue ball in the bottom right. Oh, he squeezed it in. Nicely done. So it is indeed Marco who is picking up rack number 7, meaning that he is up 5-2 now. At the other table 2, you can see Benjamin Belhazen against Thomas. He is 4-2 up. He needs a nice screw shot here from the 8 to the 9. Don't want to run into the 10, so he doesn't. And we're already back here, table 1. It's Marco leading 5-2. And with this legal break, he has the first option to get himself on the hill. Still difficult because of course the spot is on, but also you need to land in between the 2 and the 3. That's a little bit soft. I wouldn't take on this cut shot, I don't think so. It is there and it's pretty close to it, so I won't blame him if he takes it on. But this is definitely missable. He's screwing it, so it looks like he's going for the bank. Ooh, that's not good. Indeed, we are playing 10 ball, which means it's call shot. It did not go into the pocket that he intended, so the turn goes over to Robert Gaga. Probably sending the cue ball towards that short rail now. Oh, again an unforced error. It was pretty quick down on the shot. And these side pockets are not forgiving. He just hit it too full on the face. And if you catch that first jaw of the side pocket, yeah, it indeed would like to spit it out. Oh, I like this shot. What a nice touch there by Marco. There was nothing easy with the cue ball so close to that rail. But he managed to produce a very nice shot. He can play a thin contact with the 5. Send it straight back, go around to 7. That will work too. Again, he's a little bit at the wrong angle on the 6. Can quite easily and quite safely work his way around if he wants. Going forward 3 rails. Indeed he does. Well, I don't think this is the line he was playing for, but it is a very nice line eventually. Now, again, he is a little short to shoot it in the side and a little far away to shoot it in the corner. So, yeah, he's playing this in the side. This needs to be accurate. And it is accurate. And with this 10 ball, Marco is on the hill. He's leading 6-2. And, well, I think it's part of racks that he earned and also part of some racks that he got presented by Robert. And now it's Robert with his back against the wall. He needs to win all the 5 remaining racks if he wants to stay alive in the tournament. So pressure is on Robert Braga. And this does not help. This is absolutely bad luck for Robert. Got a nice break off. Balls are down, but that cue ball got kicked quite dirty, I feel, by the 8 ball all the way to that top corner. That's really bad luck for Robert. And a chance for Marco Salbacapa to finish it off and claim the win. And a position in the losers' 3rd round. All right. Found a nice position for the 3 to the side pocket. I would just roll this in. Get the cue ball a little bit more forward. The 4 is hanging in front of that bottom right pocket. Oh, why did you miss that shot, Marco? Again, absolutely unnecessary. These weren't our hardest shots to miss. Now Robert with a lifeline. Nicely on the 5. Has several options. Just down quickly. Now can also choose to cross the cue ball back to the side where he's standing, because the 9 passes the 10. Decided to go even further. Again, down on the shot quickly to shoot it in the side. And again, he failed to sink it. I really don't have to underestimate these side pockets, because they are much more challenging than needed. Or needed, at least needed if you want to give it enough attention. That's what is required and needed. Marco with the bank makes it. And this 10 for the win. What a conclusion it is. And he made it. Well done, Marco. He promotes to the losers round 3, and it's game over for Robert Braga. He played with his heart, with his style, with his common pace, but in the end there were just a few mistakes too much from Robert. So Marco could pick up the pieces. And that is the conclusion of this last match of this first day here in Treviso. Yes, tomorrow we're back with a lot of more matches. Also, the Women Euro Tour will start off. And for now, there's more pool action to watch at table number 2 between Benjamin and Thomas. You are very welcome to watch that match up until the conclusion. For now, my name is Joris van Amersfoort, and I wish you a very pleasant evening. And maybe up until the next time and the next match. See ya.